welcome to my atelier. Welcome to painting or creative discourse rather. I'm so happy to be here again, back into my studio. It's cold, it's dark, so it's same old, but I'm really excited to be here again. We started a conversation about my yesterday experience. Actually, it was not only yesterday, it was at Sunday as well. And it's just conditions were bad. And for those of you who don't know, let me just do on a personal note, real quick about other projects that I'm involved with the different either they're non-profit organizations or they're simply people they're trying to move or push culture and kind of a folklore a little bit more into I don't want to say mainstream necessarily, but so it's seen. So we know that such a thing exists, and it's part of our history, and it's part of our present, and it should continue into the future. So we will never forget where we came from, especially these days when there is a lot of separation and people are creating these, opposite camps. They're kind of aiming against each other. They're aiming to say whatever it's against each other. And since we are creating here, and this is a creative stream and stream for people who create, we all know how difficult it is to create something. And I think then more people will understand how difficult creating something is, the less likely people will be to inclining towards destroying stuff, because destroying it's extremely easy. It's just, oh, I don't like it, gone, right? But I don't want to go into philosophical or some might say maybe political. It's just something that I like to do. I like to help, not only when I'm here and we have our discussions and our discourse or experiments that we do, but also like in outside in real life, as they say, IRL. And this was a project for a city, and we were working on like a special fun kind of a setup and sculpture with slides and so on and so forth for kids to play outside and being part of part of that kind of a environment where they can feel safe and also have fun simultaneously, not just being sitting at home in front of a TV screen during the Christmas. So part of this was I was actually asked to help with kind of a how would I put this? Not necessarily this was not my project. I was asked to actually consult stuff when it comes to pigments and colors and how to paint certain things. It's not like it wasn't with the traditional medium, which would be oil paint. It was more on that kind of a larger scale industrial, but still the ideas are the same, as that create a kind of an overall feeling of three-dimensional and I don't want to say the realism necessarily, but something that doesn't seem that it was directly man-made, so kind of nicely fits into environment. So it was just a kind of a consultant part, and especially for the color and pigment application, and then overall visual result. I have to say that I'm feeling really cold still. I'm feeling like there is a minus 100 degrees outside because we were working in like a large kind of a hangar. Like imagine the very large garage for semi trucks, right? Like just a so semi truck could get in because that was a larger thing, and actually semi truck has to get in on Friday, lift it up with a crane, put it on the semi, and move it to a center of a city or downtown, if you wish, for those who who prefer American English. Since it was very cold, and we've worked with a really toxic pigments. And they're toxic because you know, when you do such a things like you know, large scale projects that have to sustain outdoor damages and you know, people standing and jumping on it, so you have to use a different kind of pigment. So it was kind of a very toxic. You know, we were in the full suits, but it doesn't really matter. You're wearing mask, you just still are exposed to these harmful and toxic things. So my skin is itchy. It's a different type of experience. I'm sorry, and I still feel that my lungs are full of that kind of you know, because it was a lot of sanding and adjusting and cutting and moving into a, you know, like this kind of fiberglass and so on and so forth, like weird materials, right? So. And then also polyurethane pigments, you know, they were reapplying there. So it was really, really a demanding task when it comes to health. So plus it was really cold and it was just the concrete everywhere, right? And I was using it's not the airbrush, it's an airbrush, but the big one, you know, when you think about like how they painting cars, for instance, right? So I was working with that, and when you were holding like the airbrush tool, which is feeding the really cold air from the compressor that you're using, you know, to push the air outside, it's just my fingers were almost frozen. So, and you can tell that when your hands are warm with warm tea, right? So it's kind of a nicely, beautifully kind of warms up your body, and you feel that kind of a warmth. Same thing happening with the cold. It just have a, you know, it's a nice feeling when it's summer outside and it's 30 degrees. So it was kind of a tough, but you know, just no worries. I'm feeling fine. A little bit down with the weather because of that coldness, and you know, you have like that. Like my spine is still frozen, but it's all good because. It's a part of that exploration and putting yourself out there. Not necessarily, you know, for me it was experience because it was something that I haven't like this kind of a specific project. There's something that I've never done before, but I'm excited about these things. Yeah, it's. I said that I am. You know, you might think that I'm. Let me rephrase that. It might feel that. You know, you would think about these moments that, oh, it's taking me away from painting. Quite the contrary. In my brain, it's just I felt like a Michelangelo for a second. I was on the big you know, kind of a sculpture. I know that it's not marble. I know that, you know, it's not Michelangelo, and I was not sculpting anything. But seeing that huge mass, and I'm talking about the volume. And the amount of work that was put into this by multiple people, and it's way easier with all the power tools that we have right now. The light that you can, you know, shine on that, the machines that you can use. It's incredible to think that Michelangelo would just sit there with a chisel and a hammer. I mean, it's mind blowing. So. I was more tired from thinking about what am I doing here? I mean, you know, in terms of what am I doing? I mean, this is nothing. I shouldn't be even. This should be Michelangelo would do this in his spare time. You know, real quick, just let me do this, right? While he would focus on sculpting David. In marble, which was the block of marble that David was sculpted in was actually thrown away by other sculptor because it was said that it's unusable. It had some defects, and because of that, it just couldn't be, you know, carved properly. And Michelangelo actually obtained that piece of marble, the block of marble, for, you know, for I don't want to say for nothing, but it was really cheap compared to a really, really high high-end high grade of a marble block these days. So until this point, when you think about Michelangelo's David, they are doing everything that they can to make sure that it's not going to break, because all the support, all the mess that is right there, it's really pushing into that, into those like beautifully sculpted thin legs. So they did some pressure tests and so on and so forth. And that leg, the weight-bearing leg, is really, it's really bearing a lot of weight. So, so I'm thinking about these things. It always makes me. It's such a humbling moment for every one of us that work creatively, and then not only, you know, in terms of these ideas that we talk about, but then also actually are putting, you know, you are making it happen, right? So I'm tired because because I can't picture what was like what was happening when he was standing there day and night and just and it's just that repetition and getting the things done. So it's extremely humbling. It's a great experience, and it's part of a painting for me as well. That's the whole package. So thinking about, oh, I wasn't here, so therefore I was not painting. No, I was actually painting, even more because I could consolidate all the knowledge or all the information that even, you know, I received from you through these streams, and really reevaluate how important it is to really push yourself even harder, because there's a, you know, there's a Michelangelo out there somewhere hitting the rock right now, or hitting the marbles right now to marble blocks, hitting the marble blocks and creating a beautiful art. So it's part of that experience, it's part of the growth, seeing things and being it. I told you that I'm trying to expose myself more and more to that outside. So I'm really happy, tired, but it's that, you know, let me enjoy my tiredness, right? Because it's really, it's awesome feeling to see something like this rolls out from that hangar. I haven't seen it outside. I'm a little worried maybe about the color, because when you are inside and it's really dark like this, and you're trying to paint something with a you know with a large airbrush tool that you have, and you can't really stand back like not even 20 meters, because you are just barely walking around that, because it's really large. It's really difficult, but you know, we managed. On Friday they're going to put it on the place, and then kids can play and have fun. Hopefully they're going to enjoy it. I certainly did because it was awesome experience. So that's just a quick thing about not being here yesterday, and then I didn't even have a stream on Saturday because I had to prepare myself for the Sunday with some, you know, references and ideas, and how to apply certain things, how to create certain textures and so on and so forth. I don't really want to bother you with this, because it's just really when you think about it, it's just a slide for kids. That's all what it is. But you know, the principles and ideas behind it are the same. So I always think about whatever project I'm working on. So it's the most important thing for me in terms of that. I can't really do. It's art, and I was talking about linear perspective, right? People like to say that there is a like a artistic version of linear perspective. I don't think that such a thing exists. It's either linear perspective, or it's whatever other thing it is, you know. So same goes for creativity. I cannot half-tune creativity. I don't. Maybe it's possible, but certainly not for me. I can't really separate whether I'm working on this or on slide outside for kids. It just somehow my brain is not able to look at that as a completely different kind of a corporate job, right? And that's why I couldn't work in the office behind the computer, because there's so many destructive elements around. So let me just. I need to get a sip of a tea, because I really feel really cold. You know, is that feeling right before you're getting sick. So I don't want to get sick because I want to paint. I'm really, really excited about painting. And that brings me to a camera is working. All right, so let me adjust it real quick so you can see the palette a little bit better. There we go. A little higher maybe. Yep. All right. So this is kind of strange this is not a bad composition, by the way, when you think about it. Maybe it's just going to be a bad painting Friday. Painting painter's palette. Anyway, so let me get into this. Let me get into what I'm thinking about doing today. I'm not necessarily thinking, it's more about what this project needs. And first of all, it's about to step back very, very far away from this, being all the way back, so I can see it as in its entirety. And I especially separated this canvas a little bit. Multiple reasons, but I wanted to see it separate for a second because I was preparing a little longer today for painting. I'm kind of full of fresh ideas, and when you are around creative people, you kind of get better. Not better, you kind of get a little bit more excited about, push it even further. So let me connect it back for a second. And this is something that today, early morning, when I came to studio, excited to be again in my familiar environment, I realized that I don't want to fall into that safety of my environment, and especially yesterday, because I felt so uncomfortable out there in like weird clothes. Everything was itchy. My eyes were really, really aggravated. I couldn't breathe properly. I hope you can't see it, but I have a bruise right here as my mask was like really tightly pressed on my face. So these are the things that you don't even think about when you are, in the comfort of your studio, just chilling and just, having a tea. And whenever I want to go to restroom, I can go to restroom. I don't need to, undo my, I don't want to say hazmat suit, but it's very close to hazmat suit. It's just, it's just such a comfortable place to be. And I didn't want to come to studio today because I was tired, I was exhausted. But then again, the mind pushed me that no, man, it's a studio. It's just, if there is a place there where you want to be rather than in the bed sleeping right now, it's in the studio. So I'm here and I'm enjoying it actually tremendously. I just sat down, I was sitting rather and looking and observing and having a creative discourse in my head about what am I going to do. And I want to push, I wanted to get into painting because I felt very uncomfortable and tired, and I felt the difficulty. So I want to really, really quickly get into that, or not quickly get into it. I really want to incorporate that feeling into this painting. I'm pointing here, but I mean into this painting or series of paintings or these 3 paintings or triptych or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter. To this thing. I'm going to call it this thing. So it's and it's I don't want to say it's difficult, but I feel that their journey, and I'm starting from the middle, but it doesn't really matter where I'm going to start. What I'm trying to say that their journey was difficult, was harsh, was arduous, I guess would be another word. Simply, it was almost impossible. Nevertheless, that they pushed themselves and they did it. And part of that, as I experienced yesterday, was the environment. And I think that that's what's missing right now. I need to add a little bit more environment. I should probably show that there is a nature that's, or rather nature of their journey was difficult as well. And as a play of words that is in my head, that it's the nature of their journey and the nature in the sense of like, this is the plants and grass and foliage and flowers and so on, and sky and so on and so forth. So I want to get a little bit more into that. I really want to get that kind of a feeling of a tough environment. I don't want them to walk on Mars necessarily, right? But I want a little bit more of that, the harshness. Because this, when I'm looking at, it's awesome that it looks so fresh and nice and kind of inviting, and it's flowers and sunshine everywhere, right? And then I was looking at this part, and this is a darkness and gloominess and difficulty, and I kind of like that juxtaposition on you know, so that you go from complete darkness on other side to a complete lightness and summer on the from one side to another side. That's what I'm trying to say. That you are going from darkness and harshness and coldness from one side to a lightness and freshness and summerness on the other side. It's kind of a weird. It's cool that you got inspired by yesterday's experience. Well, you know, it's just. It's really interesting you mentioning it, because I didn't, it's funny, I didn't get inspired, I got exposed rather. And you remember I talked about Rick Rubin, the famous producer, and he actually talked about this in his book about these antennas, that the creativity is all around you. It's just you finding that correct frequency for your antenna and for the creativity. I'm inventing words left and right today. My apologies. It's that you wouldn't be able to find, you wouldn't think about being in the cold, wet, concrete-like structure. You wouldn't go there for creativity, I guess. And it was there. I don't know how to describe it. It's a miracle, I guess. I don't know. It's just a weird thing. It's difficult to even, I don't know. I can't describe it. I didn't plan for it. It wasn't, it wasn't like I have a plan that I'm going to expose myself to this environment. So yeah. Anyway, and that's why I actually put into a title today that this is about visual narrative and composition, and how to incorporate, or probably incorporate these together or mix them together. I certainly, not certainly, I don't think I have an answer to this. And this would be probably another prime example of me being at the edge of my own understanding of what painting is, or what visual narrative should be, or what the final piece should be as well. And I don't want to say that it's scary, but it brings certain how would I put this? It brings certain it's slightly worrisome. It's a little bit worrisome. That's what I'm looking for. But worrisome in the good way. And I think that bringing a little bit more of the harshness of the environment would help create that feeling of a tough journey. Just a little bit, not overdoing it, because I don't want this painting be like a sad and gloomy and dark, and you know, that's just that's I don't want to say that that's easy and it's cheating, but create a uplifting painting that will inspire you to be better person and to get better. It's way more, for me especially, way more difficult to execute than, you know, like a gloomy, dark, playing on your own insecurities or on your own painful, you know, or it scares you or shocks you, or you know, so on and so forth. It's just capturing a positive thought in painting, extremely difficult for me, extremely difficult. Especially with really earth tone palette, or limited palette if you wish, because this is not necessarily the perfect representation of a limited palette, but it's very close to that. Certainly I use limited palette ideas when it comes to this. So yeah, maybe I could put this a little bit more forward, and I need to put it a little higher up because I really want to work on that environment a little bit more. So yeah. And like I said, this is the edge of my own understanding. This is that frontier that I was talking about when it comes to my personal experience and my personal abilities to paint. There are plenty of great masters, either in Renaissance or Baroque, or you know, Classicism or Rococo, whatever. They had that ability. So let's journey together, and let's find out if I can translate some of it into my painting, or if I can actually push that my own frontier. And that would be something that you might want to try today as well. Go into that and venture into that unknown. Not because you have nothing else to do, but because, in my case especially, because that's what painting is asking for. I think it's asking for. So I might be actually quiet today a lot, because it's a hard time for me to think and talk at the same time. So let's really look at this environment. I really don't know what to do, and the problem with this is, especially with an environment like this outside, where you know where we have all the light and you know, trees and so on and so forth. Rembrandt doesn't go there. And well, he does, but not in that kind of a, when you think about like a you know, like impressionists, right? So I'm kind of in the pickle, as they say. Do they? I don't know. So this is going to be fun experiment for you you as well to watch me to make a fool of myself with this. So this is a, you know, I'm getting more and more into that into that position that every day is a bad painting Friday, and I like it. I like it. I really do. No worries, you can have a quiet painting session today. Well, you know, I always say this, that it's supposed to be quiet, and I always talk for hours. Oh wow, this is still wet. No way. Okay, all right. All right. I can't believe that it's weak and it's still wet. So let's just get rid of this. It's that, you know, sap green that I use that is just so I have this kind of a abstract painting right here. Let me just lower it a little bit because I can't reach all the way up. And again, it's still too high. I'm going to be focusing not only here, but I'm just gonna paint the whole painting. Remember what I always talk about, that, you know, it's about the whole painting. It's not about just a little, you know, like, oh, I'm going to paint a portrait right here, so let me just, you know, zoom in on this area. It's just, you know, when you look at great masters and when you look at, you know, like these really, really important painters, they all work the entirety of the painting. Did you paint that thick, or is it due to your cold studio? Actually, that is a good question. I think that it's actually a combination of multiple things. First, as you know, there are different drying rates for different pigments. In my own experience, or not necessarily my own experience, but yeah, it is my own experience, but what I'm trying to say is that in the pigments that I use most often, raw umber dries the fastest. To a point that if I squeeze the raw umber on my palette and I do not finish it today, tomorrow it's going to feel very dry. It's going to feel very, very dry, even though I am actually squeezing it on a glass palette. It's not about, you know, that you might think that, oh, your wooden palette is sucking that moisture out of the pigment. For some reason, my raw umber, the one that I'm used to use, dries immediately. I actually do this, and please don't do this. Please don't do this. Be careful with this, because raw umber not only dries very fast, but it kind of how would I put this? When you mix it with, because what I used to do when I have something that I have to finish, or I have to lighten some areas and I want to paint on top of it on the next day, I add just a tiny bit of my raw umber into my white, and I paint that way, which kind of creates that I don't know, it's just kind of, somehow it speeds up the process of drying every other color that it's mixed with. So that will be for raw umber. And coming back to your question, so I don't get into, you know, I don't create like that's a whole nother issue, a whole nother problem that we're not dealing with right now. And then there is the opposite spectrum, the pigments that dry very, very slow. And I think that this sap green that I have, it's one of those instances. Because this is not, I mean, this is not really that thick of a painting, because you can still see, you know, there's still underpainting. There are still, you know, places where you can see canvas showing through, so I wasn't that thick. But there are some areas where I lay that pigment opaquely, right? And they're still gooey. Gooey? They're not even touch dry. That's what I'm trying to say. Some areas felt almost like, you know, when you have your pigments and you have them on the palette, and then since they're on the palette, the pigment creates like some kind of a crust on the top. So that's how the pigment felt right here, and it's not really thick chunk. It's like a regular brush stroke chunk. So interesting with the sap cream. So I have to be careful with that. I have to make a mental note, which is in complete opposite with that transparent green that I used to use before. It also dries very quickly. And again, you know, since I don't keep the heaters on because I'm afraid of you know, of a fire, and also there's an enormous amount of money that will go into waste while I'm not here. I'm turning it you know, on, not off, but it's just I'm trying to not get in the studio lower than 10 degrees, because then there's just the pigments I wouldn't be able to stay here. So it's comfortable 18, 19 degrees right now here, I think, for work. Yeah, 10 degrees, that's cold, yes. But that's during the evening, you know. The moment that I get here, it's just at 8 a.m. in the morning, I raise the temperature, you know, around that 19, 20. I don't like to be a little hot. I don't like to be hot in the studio because I move a lot back and forth, and then I'm getting sweaty, and I don't like that sweaty feeling. I'm sweating all the time anyway, even when it's -10 outside for some reason. I don't know. So yeah, yeah, there are some areas right here, and I didn't use any other, you know, medium. At least I don't remember that I would be using something else. Anyway, that's not a big deal. So let's venture into okay, let's squeeze some different pigments here right now. Since that sap green was not really, well, I'm still going to use it because I want to color harmonize that, but I'm going to add a little bit more, like not a little bit more. I'm going to add way cooler version of a green. To my palette, only because I think that I would like to cool down my black a little bit. And when I mix it with white and add yellow ochre into this, it's always move warmer, and I want it to be cool and saturated. At least I know what I at least I know what to do if I want to prolong my painting drying time. Yes, you're absolutely right. Well, then there is also like a special different mediums that you can buy. Either they're like fast dryers, or they're just slowing down with the drying if you like to paint, you know, wet in wet for longer periods of time, which I sometimes I do. Or actually, let me put it this way: it depends. If I see that it's wet, I'm just going to paint wet into wet. If it's dry, I'm just going to sand it down a little bit. I don't really, you know, I don't really, if I need to, right? So I don't really care that much about the exactness of. You have a walnut oil. Yes, yes, you're right. Walnut oil dries slower than a linseed. I believe that I'm saying it correctly. Plus, the another plus of walnut oil is it does not turn yellow over time as much as linseed. So. The only problem is that the reason why I don't use walnut oil is because my pigments are not mixed with walnut oil. They are mixed with linseed oil they're using linseed oil as a medium. So if I were in a perfect world and I have my pigments that I purchased in a store and they are all walnut oil based, I would then use the walnut oil as a mixture, only for the consistency. But I don't think that that's a problem if you mix them. It's just it's a little bit less of worrisome for me. So I'm going to maybe play a little bit more with that idea that I was talking about right here, with creating the kind of a lighter environment, like more saturated, that pushes it here. But again, I wanted to make it saturated, but I don't want to go with that warm saturation. I want to play with the cooler saturations right now. That's why I squeezed slightly different pigments. It's still the same idea, limited palette, but I want to key it a little bit more towards that coolness. Because that coolness kind of brings you know, a toughness of an environment. Everybody, you know, when you think about walking outside or dealing with any stuff outside, you feel like, oh, if it's cold, it's a cold, and it's not the cold that it's like a snowing, so it's not -10, but it's like a 3 degrees Celsius, that when the rain falls down and everything, it's like half melting, half muddy and slippery. It's just I wanted to say the worst, but it's probably the best. So I'm just gonna start with something. I never know what to do. So yeah, I'm going to see if this coolness is going to work here. And I'll have to do this. That's the problem right now that I have. That if I want to paint this or work on this, I know this is going to be annoying for you, but I need to move it this way a little bit. Yeah. Because it's just, I'm standing, I'm casting the shadow on the area where I want to paint. Okay, cool. A little better. Yeah, well, you're the same way with the sogginess of the weather. Yeah, it's just like, you know, it's just, weather, please decide what you want to do. Okay, this might be too cool. Way too cool. Too cool for school. So let me do this. Let me maybe take this dark pigment, this dark green, to saturate it a little bit. And let me take a different brush, because I don't want to mix that much white into it. And let's hit it with, just so it's not turning into green necessarily, hit it with a little bit of that vermilion, which is just and I'm working, I'm dry brushing a pigment there, right? So I'm playing a little bit more with that kind of a you can barely see it, but it's very important for me to test these things, to see what the actual result is going to be, the final result. Let's see. Let's experiment a little bit with these pigments. So this is that. This is that green that I'm talking about. So I'm getting it really light, but I need to hit it a little bit, just a little bit more saturation. But still, it's going to turn. So I'm going to work with the cool, high saturation. To see what's up. Maybe a little bit more. I felt it's just too cool. A bit of that abstract painting right there. Maybe I could neutralize it a little bit. Oh yeah, now we're there. let me see what's going to happen if I push it here a little bit. And again, I'm working with the layers. And the dry brush. So I'm layering, I'm trying to work with that visual mixing, right? So I'm still in the same value range. So I'm giving you a little bit more of that kind of a visual randomness and interest by just, you know, this is something like you would do with something you would do with watercolors, right? So it's just you have water there, and it's like moving left and right, and you can always, you know, you can always paint back, but I would need a little darker value. I want to try something out. I want to push that, I want to do that transition so it's almost imperceivable where the horizon is. I don't really need the horizon at this point, and maybe in general. I don't know, just want to see it. So I'm knocking down that lighter value that is, you know, really low right here. Well, this is going to be annoying to paint like this, but I just need to see it again as its entirety. Because I mentioned, I'm trying to, you know, connect these things through painting and through shape all the way here. So when I'm painting here, I need to check this area right here. Let's make a lost edge right here so we don't know where that. Or the portrait, where the edge is going to be, and then I can find it wherever I want it to be found again. And these are almost imperceivable adjustments. I need a little bit of the redness there. I'm trying to connect that shape. You see, what I'm trying to do is to bring this through this shape all the way here to push it this way. So I'm trying to keep the diagonal there. So it's visually connecting. But I still want to be able to manipulate them. Big canvas problems. yeah. Thankfully, I don't have this problem. Well, you know, yes, you're right, it is a problem, but it's also a privilege to paint big. And I really like it. I have to say, I thought that I'm not going to like it, but I can't do. Let me maybe put it even darker here. This guy's again in the way of a progress. So maybe I should incorporate him into this process of moving the shape. Let me just put a visual line right there. What's going to happen if I put a visual line there? It just looks strange right now, and I'm repeating the same direction. I don't think I like it, so let me just erase it a little bit to break that. And since I already have a canvas stained, I can't really wipe all that area right there, but you're still going to see it there, but it's going to be very, very soft, almost imperceivable. And it has to go lower because right now I'm kind of liking even more this kind of a direction. So I have to, I have to think about it. I'm just probably going to play with the height and width of these. And perhaps I could push a little bit more of that blue, light blue, and it's not blue, it's going to be actually black. With white. So this could be the head. Softer transitions right here. Because these are in the background. You see, that might be this might be a problem again. I have a hard edge and it's going to be difficult to make it A. But I want to keep it because I like that graphic shape right here. But this is right now taking enormous amount. This is the center of composition right now. It's almost seemed like it, right? So you see that the powerful light area right there. And I have to soften it a little bit. So let me try to do this. Desaturate it a little bit. saturation. So it's going to sit a little better with this. I just want to calm it a little bit. I know it's going to look, the problem is that you might see it still as a very, very light. The reason is because these are not on the same plane. Right now they're closer to being on the same plane, so. Okay. Let's hit it slightly darker, but still saturated. So I'm looking for a I want that kind of a little better transition there. Okay. Okay, just a slow transition right there. That's something that I needed because I want to key it to that a little bit. And where are my? Did I leave my brushes in the? No, they're there. Here they are. Excuse me. Just a little bit. And then you might be like, oh, that's a sky color. Well, I'm not thinking about a hue right now necessarily. I'm thinking about more value. And these are going to be like a little flowers maybe right here. I don't know yet. Something I just saw light that lives there in that area. And I'm making it a little bit more saturated. And you know the reason, because I wanted to make it darker value. but I need saturation to make it feel like it's lighter, right? So you might remember me talking about this. I don't know, should we call it phenomenon? I don't know. It's more about the way how we perceive light. See how I'm trying to push the diagonal there? Well, that's where I'm going to be. That's what I want to experiment with, right? And you can slowly, it's just appearing from almost nowhere there. And the reason is because it's still, when you squint really, really hard, well, I'm squinting, it's the same value, it's just the saturation, it's higher. Or it's brighter, rather. That means that it, optical illusion or the optical mixing or broken color. It's just so many different ways how people describe this. It's starting to work. Maybe I should check this. Maybe I should check this. I'm kind of starting to feel the flow, right? You remember I talked about that composition and the visual narrative that, you know, we decided, well, after a crazy abstract painting, that this large shape that I have right here that is pressing, it's necessary for balancing the composition of this canvas, the separate canvas, but it's also pushing that idea that it starts up here, right, somewhere from the sky, from behind the horizon, and it's kind of, it's the sky is morphing into a people, and the shape of the sky suddenly appears as a person in the front here, which is connecting this painting right here. It kind of creates that journey or pushes the journey narrative even more. It's like I'm visually trying to talk to you, well, or communicate rather, that that's what it is. It's just the abstract shape that then I will, you know, I will try to then adjust the way that it would resemble figures. And then, you know, here's the thing, this does not necessarily needs to be sky, right? I was just thinking about being in sky, but this could be a forest right here. It doesn't really matter what it is. It doesn't really matter what it is. because I'm thinking strictly shape, not literal, and which actually, by the way, wouldn't be half bad if we try to maybe push it into a forest, because that would also create that kind of a, you know, coming back to a so many things that are in my head right now. One of them being Bob Ross, like paint a little happy trees. So maybe we could paint a little happy trees there, right? And make a kind of a idea of, oh, this is the dark forest that they came out from, the Fangor forest, because these are hobbits, right? Or was that the name of the forest from Lord of the Rings? Fangor. I don't know if I'm probably butchering it, and my and the viewership here that it's really the viewership that it's a fellowship positive. I'm just, you know, I think I have a high temperature because I'm starting to you forgot the name? Me too. I think it's Fangorn, the one of those dark forests. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna quickly Google it for me. There is a multiple forest, but that's the one that is just where that's the one where they. Where they found Treebird, that's his name. Again, I'm blanking the name of a very important character. I think it's with Treebird. And the other thing is that I was discussing this with some of my fellow Slovakians, and there's a different names for these characters in my. Forest of Darkness, Forest of Nightshade. Okay, all right. So there it is. So where did I get that Fangorn? That has to be something from Lord of the Rings. I'm pretty sure it sounds Lord of the Ringish. So if you guys know, help me out with this, because I am butchering that. The original text. Okay, I'm Googling it myself because I'm really, really interested. Let's see it. Oh, wow, there's some fan art here. Yes, it's a Fangorn forest. That's what I was talking about. I'm right. Finally. Yeah, the trees, the ants, they were from there, or they met that Treebeard. I believe that's his name. Again, let me Google that as well, because I feel little. Well, here's the thing. You can tell when I'm hesitant to talk about something because it's just that Treebeard. Yeah, I was right. When it comes to painting, I'm not afraid to just go into these random ideas, but I'm not a like a super scholar when it comes to when it comes to Lord of the Rings. I'm a big fan, but I'm more like a, you know, like a big casual fan. I don't know all these anthologies, and you know, I don't go into depths. I mean, I go into depth when it comes to, you know, when it comes to Lord of the Rings, but not into those almost like are we going to have an argument? That's what I meant. Ah, you're more of a Star Trek fan. Okay, okay. So, um, so what would be a? So when you said that you're a Star Trek fan, are you more of a? I think that we talked about this, but I need to. You need to remind me. Are you a Jean-Luc Picard? Jean-Luc Picard, or are you Captain Kirk, or are you, I don't know, Deep Space Nine enjoyer? What are you? That's what I'm asking. What are you? Are you a Trekkie, old school Trekkie? When I talk about Trekkies, it always reminds me. I don't know if you've seen that movie. I think it's called Fanboys. It's about a group of guys and a girl. There's a girl there as well. They're trying to get to a Oh, Voyager. Oh, Voyager. Okay, I completely forgot about the Voyager. I'm not that familiar with Voyager, but when I was like I would say, like when I was teenager, I believe, I used to go to my, and I talked about this previously, but you know, it's just it's on the topic. I used to go to my grandmother's, and because I'm from village, we didn't have this, and she had these. She had cable. That's what I'm trying to say. I couldn't understand anything that they were talking about because it was mostly in English, but I enjoy the pictures. I enjoyed that. You know, I was looking, but I was I was doing my own voiceovers. So it's kind of a weird thing, but I loved it. I loved it. And I'm missing it. It's my own voiceovers because I really couldn't understand, but I was so intrigued, and I was, you know, I'm a big fan of everything that has a space in it, you know. So. It's just space is awesome. I mean, the universe, that's what I'm talking about. So I have to figure it out right now. What am I going to do here? Maybe it would be cool if I correct this a little bit. Just a bit. you you must have created great stories based on your voiceovers. I kind of did. I have to admit I kind of did. Same. I always felt like it expands my creativity, exploring what's possible out there. Hence, that's why I sometimes end up painting an alien. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's just, but I actually haven't painted alien. Somehow, in my eyes or in my head, I don't even know. I am. I know that we have these, people are talking about them like they're 150 centimeters tall and they have these big gray eyes, or black eyes. I'm sorry, like a gray, greenish, grayish skin. I don't know. That's not how I see them, though. I can't really, but then in the same way, I can't say how they look. I see more like an idea or possibility rather than anything else. So it's really, really hard for me to do that. And the purple gal, yeah, you are right. You're right. The purple gal was pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I have to give you that is just, it was refreshing to see it. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm sorry, I'm just stopping because I'm thinking about that abstract shapes and the patterns and how they're going to link to each other. And I feel that I have a lot of noise everywhere, so I want to calm it down a little bit, perhaps. So I'm thinking what to do to calm it down. And I want to create a kind of it's calm, but it's still pattern, and let me just grab this. I'm looking at that. Looking at the painting, I think that I have to change that. I have to paint the figures in. I really do. I think there's no way around this. I have to paint the figures in. So, well, not like fully. Excuse me. Not fully, but I think that it would be. It would be way more beneficial if I. So let me pull up some of my. Digital files and some draperies and maybe drape and maybe at least drape them a little bit. right? I'm thinking that that's the diagonal that's going there. He could be like this. Where's my... And you know what's funny? That outside it's like it is not minus, but it's very cold. And I hear someone playing guitar outside. I can't believe that people are capable. I have to give that guy a credit. I mean, well, let me put it this way. From one point, it's incredibly, this is going to sound bad, but I have to say that from one side, when you work here and you hear 70th time the same song during the summer from the same street artist, because people like to hear these songs, and he plays very well. But when you work here and it's every day, and it's from these working hours, it's really difficult for me to focus. And I'm like, please stop playing that song, because I can't get it out of my head. I can't think about anything else. But I have to give this guy a credit. He's outside. It's cold as hell. His fingers are probably frozen, and he's still playing that. All right, my guy is really playing it. Okay, all right. I was looking from the window, so I'm not going to complain about him today. But during the summer, oh my God, I'm so annoyed. Not because he's, not because he would be like a bad player. It's just song repetition, and it's going over and over and over again. It's difficult. It is difficult, mentally challenging for me. So I mentioned that I want to make these guys in the background lighter, right? So it's going to be a lighter figures against the dark background, which is light background, dark figures, dark background, light figures. So let me maybe place a figure right here, because I had some that I sketched, and I need to put a size. I need to see the size of these figures, right? So I'm just going to this would be the area, or is he going to be looking way, way too far away? Maybe I could cut it right here, and then, ooh, that might be cool. And maybe push a little bit of lighter here as well. Right, just a touch. I have to read these comments, I'm sorry. Can't you get noise cancelling headphones or something? Maybe that can help. Or became deaf like me? Okay, bad joke. I know that again, I'm laughing because it's pretty funny. Here is the thing. I have my grandfather. He had a very, when he was young, he's 91. He's going to be 91 in January. So, but he had an ear infection, and he's using that special like a hearing aid, and he does the same thing. It was so funny. He told to my mom that she was trying to explain to him something, and he didn't like that. So he said that, you know what, I can't hear you anymore, and he turned, I can't listening to you anymore, and he turned off his hearing aid. So yeah, but it was so funny that I think there was like an ultimate FU. It was ultimate FU to everybody. It's just like, you know what, I'm kind of done with you. I don't think that my attention is just, I want to be with my thoughts because your thoughts are not what I'm interested in. And he switched it off and it was just so funny. And you know what, what's so cool, that we were all so like you know, when the really old people, they are not giving like zero Fs, like literally zero F. My grandfather, perfect example. He doesn't want to talk to you and he switch it off and he's like, okay, well, I'm good. You can be standing in front of me and, you know, yelling at me or telling me something I don't like, but and he did it with, you know, like he did it with such a smooth and kind of a slick, like you can't even be mad at him. You have to applaud his creativity when he's 91. It's just you're trying to help him or explain to him something. He's like, no man, I'm 91. I already been here 90 years. What is the thing that you're going to tell me that I care about or I haven't seen before? Nothing. So, you know, and I'm just, I'm enjoying it. I told my mom that, you know what, this is if there is something that I really want to do when I'm going to be old, to have the power to not give an F. Like, seriously. It was priceless. These are the moments when you just, okay, there is, you might think that you saw everything, but not this one. Is just, it's awesome, right? It is awesome. It's just that moment of pure freedom. He decided to not listening to, and he demonstrated it. He could, you know, he could choose. He could choose to do it like, you know, like silently, and he had to do like a verbal announcement that, you know what, I'm done with this conversation. Click. It was perfect. He physically muted things that he didn't want to hear. So you're right. It's just and you reminded me. I was laughing because you reminded me that situation that, you know, there is always another way. There is always an option that you can do. He knew what he was doing. Oh, of course he knew. But he's a 91, right? It's just, it's awesome. It's awesome. You can't, you know, like what you know, it's already difficult to argue with like old people, right? Because they've been here. He lived through World War II, right? So it's a completely different mindset that he has in his head that I would never be able to understand, right? Or live through. He was born into that era. So, you know, it kind of puts you into perspective that, you know, perhaps my mom's problems are not as big as his used to be when he was young. So yeah, maybe I should think about that. There are so many different draperies that I have here when it comes to, you know, figures and I don't know which one to choose. In terms of like the movement, because all of them are kind of cool. So I think that I wanted to work on that. I completely forgot what we were talking about. We were talking about the guy that really plays one song over and over again. And you suggested also canceling headphones. I used to listen to music so much that and when I was in the school environment, right, in the academy, because I wanted to separate from the noise, but it made me adjusting my painting and my ideas to a beat that I was listening to. And it kind of, listening music prevents me from daydreaming. And when I paint, I daydream a lot because I'm being with them. Plus, using a noise canceling headphones and not having any sound inside, you almost feel like how would I put this? I still feel like a kind of a pressure in the head. I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like I can hear my not my thoughts, but the blood going through the veins. I don't know how to describe it. Like when you, it's hard to describe. So that was not really the thing. Plus, the problem with a noise cancelling headphones or the overhead headphones is that I have that skin disease, the psoriasis, and it kind of aggravates that while I am like you are sweating. It's a lot of pressure. I don't know how it works exactly. I can't really put any science behind it. It's just for me at this point, I can't really use headphones. I use actually the special headphones that they are. I think that it's called conductive headphones. It's the one that they are kind of vibrating on the bone rather than just pushing the sound into your it's just I don't know. I think it's a bone conducting headphones. That's how they called, I believe. I'm not sure. Like usually runners and I don't know, the bicyclists are using them. It's just you can still see environment around. So these are right now the only headphones that I can use, but they do not isolate you from the noise. They just give you a kind of a slight background. It's a weird experience, but I got used to it and I like it very, very much. So I'm using them right now. Not right now, but these days. That's what I meant. So let me put this guy down as well. I'm just thinking about how, isn't he going to be too small? No, I think he's going to be a right size. Oof, I think that I hit the right size. First try, I don't believe that. Can't be happening. It's unlike me. And the biggest issue that I have with the guy that it's playing and singing outside, that he's really good. And that annoys me even more, that he's really, really good. because I can't be mad at him because he really knows how to play. You know, sometimes you have these street artists, they're not really good, but he's really good. So if I go outside and tell him, please stop, I can't focus, I can't work, there's no justification to this because he's really good. The whole crowd would turn against me. Plus, we have there right now at the city center or historic city center, they have this beautiful like a Christmas like a market, a Christmas village that is built in the city center. It's beautiful. It's just and people are like they're having already that merry kind of a feelings, and they just want to have a nice and the calm day, and then I'll just go there and, guys, could you please shut up because I need to work. It's just I can't even imagine that, so I have to deal with this. But I'm thinking right now I have a combination of multiple. Let me see from an even more distance. Yeah, I got to distract them from the dark winter. Yes, you're absolutely right. And here's the thing. I found this extremely important because like I said, like last year or this year, there are so many things that went wrong for my country. So I want people to be together and enjoying festivities and just having fun. So hopefully it's going to be all good. So I could push this maybe even a little higher. What if I push this guy a little higher? Because I think that he's too short. At least he appears to be a little shorter. But then it works compositionally. I don't know. I'm kind of... And I'm looking into mirrors, and I'm being not really in the frame, because I really have to be as far as possible from the painting. Interesting. So I have two options. I can either make this guy a little higher up here and then lower him slightly here to bring it a little bit more into a... Yeah, I'm probably going to do that. And hear me out. What if I do this? I could actually put him into a slightly... Okay, well, hear me out here. What if I make him a little bigger, like so right here, as I was thinking about that he's going to be a little bit more prominent, so he's going to be a little bigger, but to not hit him on the same plane. You know what I was talking about, that if I push him low here, so they're going to be kind of on the same plane, and I don't want them to be on the same plane. What if I just go with this through him right here, and these are going to be like a taller flowers right here. So I will hide his height, his actual height into your imagination. But I have to be careful so I don't repeat the same thing on the other side. That might actually work. That might actually work. And I'll point him a little bit more towards me, right? So they're going into that direction, but he's a little bit more this way. It's almost like he's trying to triangulate. He's like, because they feel like they're changing a direction, which is important for me, the change of a direction, because, you know, it's another layer of that visual narrative, that you had to change direction because there are things and obstacles that you have to, you know, on that journey. They had to overcome these difficulties. So right, so they're changing direction, but they are not getting away from the, you know, the main course. The main course is to come to here, and the main idea to come to here and bring the language. So he kind of from a distance sees that, oh, they changed direction. Why should I go there into that point and then come here if I can go straight here? So kind of by that triangulation, it would give me the area of a depth, the space right here, which I was missing. I felt that I'm missing it. So let's see. Let's try that. That might be kind of a You're too invested in this painting. You know what? I was actually, you know what's funny? I almost felt like this is like I'm painting a TV show, right? And every day you come and there's a different story, something else happened, and someone tripped. Tomorrow I'm gonna show someone tripped over a log of wood or something, right? There's just so many things that are happening here. Actually, that was one of the ideas that I want to, because I didn't want it to go into that kind of into more advanced ideas behind these paintings. But since we are here and having so much fun, why not? Because another project that I want to work on, we know about the Cyril and the Methodius, the two main figures, but they also have their, what would you call them, disciples. And then they took and they ventured to a different direction to spread that knowledge about the language, and they were adjusting it. So another painting that I would like to work on, it's the kind of a continuation, like a season 2, and depict them, some of these figures. So I'm just going to depict them in their own painting with their own story behind it. It's like more of a advanced idea that I didn't have a chance to fully develop yet, but it's somewhere there. You know, that's that frontier that we talked about. When it comes to, you know, the visual narrative, and the reason why I'm saying it is because it kind of fits to this today's streaming, because I really wanted to talk a little bit more about the narrative, visual narrative, and then, you know, the ideas behind that. And the reason why I'm, you know, so excited about painting with oils and being able to repaint everything, because, you know, you know, you can see that the painting, these figures moved from one place to another. They were completely different figures half year ago. Which I think it excites me as someone who paints, and, you know, I never pictured, and I'm so happy that you're enjoying it, because I never pictured that this could actually interest someone to actually watch because you were invested in the story, and it kind of clicked to me when you said that. I'm watching you painting more than painting yourself. Which is, hear me out. I'm just gonna go against myself. I'm so happy that you are enjoying it. I'm really, really happy. But please paint. please paint. And that goes for everyone. I forgot to, honestly, I'm so comfortable with you being here and we're talking that I forgot to bring that disclaimer about please do not watch this video, but rather, so push him the diagonal so he's going towards me a little bit more. I hope that you're starting to see him there slowly. And perhaps this could be, like he could be lighter as well, but on the top, so he's kind of illuminated a little bit, right? So it's still just a little bit. I'm giving myself just a little clues there. Yeah, because on my actual painting, he is kind of like like I put him there because I didn't know what to put into it. Yes, you're going against my disclaimer. Yes, exactly, because I was not talking about it all the time, as I usually do, my rants about please do not watch this video. I kind of forgot that. So right now, you might see me painting with the same pigment that I paint here, and I painted here, there, and I was doing that, and like a little bit here. The reason why I'm doing it because I know that I want something lighter. I realize that I have the same value. What's actually happening here right now? Not only I'm thinking about the value first, but also this is giving me a little bit of color harmonies. So I will harmonize these paintings through the color. I know that it's here in the, this is going to change. This is just me kind of like a weird underpainting that's happening there. Okay, you're gonna be quiet. I try to be quiet myself. Well, here's the thing. Let me read your comment. So if someone is watching it on YouTube later on, would understand what we talk about. I find that interesting. I found it interesting that you focus value first before colors. I usually try to nail both first. Well, because when you, that's actually something to really think about, even for me, what you said. It has a big importance when it comes to painting. It's, again, really dark here in the studio. And I can't really get precisely into the nuances of pigment, but by dragging, because I'm thinking about the color, I put the color right here, so I'm very close to the color that I want to be. By grabbing the color and checking it here and seeing that I have a I have a similar values. I know it because I see it on my palette that I have similar values here, right? Well, not all these, but this one and this one and this one, there are similar values, different temperatures. So I'm thinking about the color, but not in terms of, again, I don't want you to think about the color that, oh, this is red. I remember the book was red, so I have to paint it red. No, that's not what I mean. I'm looking at the color from the abstract point of view in terms of I am keying things together through a color rather than just local colorizing everything around and then painting within these local colors, if that makes sense. For me, the color is something that it's alive and it moves, and these people belong to, or these figures on the painting that I paint, they belong to a same environment. it's very important for me to put them into the same environment. And I know that I'm going to repaint this. And what is more important for me, rather than trying to mix the color that I like, or I think that it's supposed to be, and spend more time, it's more like, think about this way. When you're trying to put down your thoughts with pen and paper, and you're writing down your thoughts, are you concerned about the grammar and spelling and all these things, or are you just trying to catch the essence? Me being here and trying to mix the color that would be like a skin or their clothes or something like it would stop me from that free flow of ideas that I had. So whatever I had on my brush, it's light, okay, it's going to work. Does that make sense? A little bit better than or am I just making it even more confusing, right? Because I know that he could be a little lighter up here against the dark background, right? And then darker here against the light background. So I'm doing the same thing than here. Dark against light, and well, there's dark against light here as well, but you know what I mean. Very interesting. It is, I guess it is interesting, but more than interesting, I think it's something that we, because of that ideas from school, and especially I had the private lessons, and we dealt with the same thing, that in the school they're forcing. Not forcing. Students are complaining that they have to memorize a lot of things, because that's what education these days is in my country. Unfortunately, not everywhere, but you can still feel it now as a presence, and it's looming, lurking around, and it's kind of difficult then for kids just thinking freely and using a creative mind when the test is about how much memorization were you able to, how many things you were able to memorize and then recall from the memory, rather than just create. So definitely test it and let the creative part goes, because but just think about this, like what would be the problem with me painting this with, I can do it, I can just paint it with a rose, right, or pink. The important parts for me is whether or not it has that movement. I know that the pink wouldn't work because there's nothing pink here on my painting, but I know that I can use the greenness of the grass here, because when the sun is going to shine, it's going to reflect into shadows, and it goes back to that lecture that we tend to think about shadows being solid, and we, the classical, I was talking about the French academia, or Julian, if you'd like to, or École Beaux-Arts, I guess these are the famous schools, and they think about just you have the outline, the silhouette, and then you put the shadow there, separate the light from the shadow, and you cover the shadow the same everywhere as you go. So you're unifying and harmonizing the shadows, and then you are rolling and changing and everything doing in the light. which is okay, but when you look into, and that's why they, you know, the transparency for them means that your pigment is transparent. That's inherently against the nature, since we have the better idea, a better understanding what it is, and we have experiments, and I was showing it to you. If there is something that is going to change all the time, it's not the area of light, because it's being lit by the strongest light source ever known to human, which is a sun. So that's constant. The shadow is one that is changing. And you are not creating transparency by using transparent pigments. You are creating transparency by understanding these reflections. And that means that, oh, if the grass, and this goes to a Munsell theory and more of a Sorolla, and you can see it in the Sorolla paintings. So the shadows, it's going to be quote unquote local color plus any other color that is round combined as a reflection, right? So I have brown and I have green and I have a blueness of sky. So these are all around him right now. So these are all the important effects or the important elements that are going to affect the color of the shadow. And that's why you're creating transparencies, not through a transparent pigment. I don't know where this idea came from, and this is my problem with that kind of that academia or you know the academy or these like a prestigious schools are not creating painters these days. They are creating a staff members, right? So you kind of like I don't know how to explain that. Because it's just, and I'm not trying to, you know, diss or destroy it or disrespect the academy. No, it's just like when you sit down and you look and you really learn to observe things around, and not only observe yourself, you can test the theories of different painters, and you can, you know, we talked about Leonardo da Vinci and Renaissance. We can talk about Giotto and frescoes, and we can talk about I don't know, a Brunelleschi, which is the invention of, or implementing or creating of idea of linear perspective, together with Leonardo da Vinci, who created that atmospheric perspective, right? Which is everything that goes into the background. It's cooler and cooler against the figures that they are warm, right? And then it goes through Caravaggio and Rubens, Rembrandt. Then you have like strong the French academia, which was like before Impressionist, the very classical ones, which would be David, and then you have. And you get all the way to Impressionism, and it's just all the knowledge combined together. Only to modern, which is just big cut, and everything that was before us, it's bad. I don't know why they decided to cut it off, and I think that that's where the knowledge was lost about understanding what the shadows are. Delacroix was talking about this, you know, painting everything like it's in the like it is in the not in the shadow, but in the overcast. And then it's very easy. You don't need to believe me. You just, you know, just observe it outside. observe that around yourself. So if he goes forward to me this way, he's there, this, I could push this little darker perhaps, like it's like the one leg is in front of another. So this is going to be, let me just grab that darker pigment. So we can create like a little, can also have something that he's carrying, and this leg could go forward. I'm just thinking about, I'm trying to right now push it in that shadow, that shape, I'm sorry, trying to make sense out of it, so it's kind of like a figure. And what if I push this guy a little bit more? Let me see, would that be a problem? If I push this guy a little bit more off, like you see that I have him straight up and down again, and I don't want to do the same mistake, like let me just maybe put him off balance. So his head is going to be here rather. Maybe like he also looks like he's going to change the direction. And he's going to be pushing on this leg. Right? So we have that, I don't have that, again, frontal view, same. My camera here is going to die, even though I don't use the palette that much. I still want to preserve the rare occasion that it's working. Yeah, that could actually work. I think that could work. Ooh, and that would be, I'm thinking that right now that would give me a, maybe I should use charcoal right now instead, to see what I want to do and experiment a little bit with that. So I have one that's changing direction. You can see how suddenly it's starting to put itself into place. Maybe you cannot, but I already have a better feeling about this than I had at the beginning. And I'm not saying that it's a, so let me just establish that this is his head right here. So you can see like this is my head right here in the distance. So it's the size of his eye socket, right? So it's just a, push it maybe a little bit here. So I'm trying to create this angle, this motion with his body, right? So he's like more like Like, you know, you're like, ooh, and the reason why I want to put him in the off balance, because I want a little bit interest there. It's like a, and I know that I'm exaggerating it, but it's for the entertainment purposes. And when I say not entertainment of this, this just I can't help myself. It's more about. It's more about. You know, I said that there's going to be a big grass right here, and again on that philosophical level, he is going to make a shortcut. But the shortcut, it's not the straight path that they went, right? So there is no long grass there anymore. It's already padded down. So he's venturing into uncharted territory, if you wish. So this guy sees him, right? This is that visual narrative. So he wants to go there as well. But they are going to choose a little bit more difficult path, which probably is going to slow them down, maybe, I don't know. But they want to catch up with these guys there in the front. So it's kind of a, you know, like a little bit more of that visual narrative, something that, you know, I want there, because I felt that all these figures are just so static. So I want to break that staticity. It's just, I'm getting crazy with these. So the whole weight should be right here on this leg right here. And maybe I could push him forward this way. Right, so he's kind of waving around. And maybe just a hand right here. So he's just, you know, like I was showing, when you are on the one hand, you're just trying to balance it out, counterbalance it. And it's difficult because it's the figure all the farthest away from the camera, and it's the smallest, so I can't tell. I'm pretty sure that you can't see what's happening there. I'm sorry, but trust me. What's the famous Star Trek saying? Boldly go where, or boldly venture. Maybe you should correct me on this. I'll get you back to typing. boldly go where nobody was before. What's the? Well, you have to correct me on this. Boldly go where no man has gone before. Gotcha. You were supposed to paint. Why are you typing? You were supposed to be quiet and painting. Couldn't help yourself. I got you. I got you. Oh, this is awesome. So this is the Star Trek character. Boldly go where no man has gone before. Yeah, we can put these other figures that I was thinking about right here. Actually, let's make it closer to this guy. So they're going to be behind him. 1, 2, and was I saying that I want 3? Maybe someone here as well, right? So these are just a... You failed the test. Exactly, you failed the test. Yes. I was testing you. I knew exactly what the quote is. I just needed to to test whether or not you're really, really dedicated to painting, and you failed. Ay, 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 ay. So that means that I can actually nicely just put these flowers around him because he's boldly going. What would be the... Okay, so I can make him like a... It's cool that I can see myself in another... And my camera is not working. There we go. So I'm just gonna read your comment and I'm regretting having coast water element in my painting. The darn water is hard to pull off. I'm using a soft brush and just hope for the best. I think that's why I was procrastinating and watching you instead. That is a... You're not gonna believe me, but the best and the easiest way, and this might not be actually, this might not fit into your painting, but Bob Ross actually explained water multiple times very, very well, how he works these soft reflections and transitions. So what he does, he always pulls it down and then he softens it with the brush from left and right. So he starts from top to bottom, right? So he would think about that, oh, this is the coastline, and this is the moment when I need to use the camera, and it's not gonna be working. Okay, so I'll just explain it to here. So this is a coastline right here. So first, what he does, he take the pigment of a solid mass, which would be a coast in your case, and he brings it and pushes it down like so, and he's trying to keep the reflection, right? So there's a shape like this, so I would just push it down, and it's very strong. But then if you take a soft brush and just lightly go across from left and right, you can still see the stains of the reflection, but then it softens it. And that's the first step. That will give you kind of like a better understanding whether it's working or not. Yours a raging ocean. Oh, okay, well then, raging ocean, it's not really Bob Ross's forte, but then I can actually, let me refer you to a great painter. I'm just trying to, I'm going to make sure that I'll type it properly into your into a chat for you. Because it's a translation from a This is a very famous Russian painter, Ivazovsky, and he paints, and here's the thing, he paints oceans and he paints them in kind of like a, we would say, he has some kind of like a, he has also cheesy ones, but he paints a beautiful, beautiful waves, and I saw it in life. These are huge, enormous canvases, like way bigger than 2x3. Like imagine the whole back wall, no, not the whole one, but really, really big, with these just waves and oceans, and he really knows how to paint the oceans. It's maybe a little too specific, like very close to realism, but that's, you know, if you can reproduce, or if you can get closer to what he's doing, it's just going to change. I don't think that, you know, it would take you a while to reproduce it one-to-one, but that's a good place to start. It's just he's really good. He's really good when it comes to oceans. Yeah, definitely check his paintings out. He's awesome. And for those of you who just watch it later on YouTube, his name is Ivan Aivazovsky. Extremely cool painter. He's like a seascape painter, like very, very famous one. He painted like these beautiful scenes of a kind of a well, because at one point we had these strong naval empires. It was English, it was Dutch, it was Spanish and Portuguese, right? And then later on, before that steam revolution, it was also at the beginning of the steam revolution, it was also Russian Empire. So he was painting these beautiful naval paintings or seascapes, and you know, it's just because Russian loves that drama in their painting. So he was just all about the difficult oceans and waves up and down, and these are just the beautiful paintings. And I saw them in St. Petersburg in Russian Museum. They are beautiful. I mean, the greens and blues and turquoise, and it almost seemed like you can see through the canvas. That's how good he was when it comes to this. He's like a Russian version of early Turner, before Turner get really, really crazy with pigments and colors, in a good way. I mean, like experimental, almost. Well, they say that it was experimental before, at his time. Right now, we would say it was just way ahead of the curve. So Aivazovsky, it's a Turner of Russian Empire. Very cool painter, very cool painter. So I could put his hand right here, and then it could actually continue. And I could put his knee right here. So maybe I push that that grass a little too high. Maybe it could go lower here. I'm just going to get a little bit more of a tea because I'm getting cold, and I said that I'm not going to talk that much, but my throat is dried and destroyed because of that chemicals yesterday. So I need to could use a little liquid. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. But I have to I didn't prepare my tea. Well, prepare like it's like a it's a big cake like this. I'm pretty sure that you're familiar with these. Like you know, it's a white tea, or puer from white tea, actually, to be precise. In case you're wondering what I'm drinking, but it comes with like a very like a thick kind of a like pressed, like a little cake, and it's it actually it's. I don't want to say that it's a rotten tea, but it's like a aged tea, and a longer it's like a wine. The older it is, the better it gets. You haven't tried that? I think they fermenting it, but then they just it's as it's in that kind of a. Let me show you. I'll just bring it to a camera that hopefully works. It's like in this kind of a stage. So it's like really it's hard, and you have to. And you can't. Well, you can. It's like in that kind of a hardened stage. So this is like a one whole piece. It's like a little. It's like looks like a cookie. And this is like a white pu'er. It's this is a Chinese. I mean, I'm butchering it, right? Because I'm just putting it into a cup, and just leaving it there and drinking, and adding more and more hot water to it. But since it's a white tea, it just well, as far as it was explained to me, that since it's a white tea, you can really you can do multiple. If it works, it works. Yes, I mean, yeah, but it's just there's like a either I'm going to like both sides can be angry with me. Like people, they're going to be like, oh, you are appropriating a culture, and you are not Chinese. And then the other group would be like, dude, well, how can you just drink it that way? That's just not meant to be that way. So I don't know what to do right now. I just like the taste, and this is the way how I'm doing it. So come at me, bro. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. The moment, because the problem is I destroyed my kettle, like the one that can hold the temperatures, and I drop it actually on stream. You could see me. I dropped it on the stream like long time ago. So I haven't had a chance to buy a new one. Well, who am I lying? I didn't have money for a new one. So it was this is the only way how can I continue drinking and enjoying a tea. So that's what I'm basically trying to see. So please excuse me for butchering that, but it's not because I am absolute ignorant. It's more about this is as close as I can get to a really good Eastern tea. So yeah. You destroyed yours twice. Okay, so you we need a drop friendly. Yeah, I don't know if they have that kind of a cattle. And when you get like these like a cool ones, they are stainless steel, or actually the best ones are probably a glass. As I was, definitely don't get the plastic one. But if you can, let me put it this way: if you can't go for stainless, and if you can get even better, go for a glass. That's what I was told, that these are the best ones, because they don't really they're not being affected by and dissolving in the water as much as a plastic one. And I know that some of you might be aware there is a lot of plastic in our body these days, and they scientists again are kind of pointing this out, that it's kind of a way more than it should be. But here's the thing: I'm using a purified water. I have a special filters to purify the water, and then it's just super clean. So I'm happy about that. The only problem is right now that these kettles, that they have like a like a temperature regulation. You can regulate the temperature, and then it works like a thermos as well. They can get really pricey, and I'm not saying it's like it's gonna cost arms and legs. But when I'm thinking about it's somewhere around €100, so that's just it's a couple of tubes that I'm going to squeeze on the pallet, which is a little bit more important than reconstructing the Japanese tea ceremony, even though this is a Chinese tea, but you know what I mean. So I don't really, I have to prioritize. That's what I'm trying to say. Help me guys here. I'm trying to prioritize. Activate charcoal filter. Okay, I also use reverse osmosis, and then back mineralizing it. And I have like a special tank because the reverse osmosis works very slowly to get rid of all the. So it's kind of it's almost like a. I'm getting technical here, but But I am so used to drink super purified water that that I can't even do a bottled water. Because I don't want to say that I can feel the plastic, but it just feels different. And also when you because I used to drink beer. Well, I still drink beer, but because it has a lot of sugar and so on and so forth, it's pretty bad for my skin. So I can't anymore. Oh, well, I can, but not not like every day. And here's the thing: in my country, having a beer every day, you are not an alcoholic. You are just you are just being. If you do not have a glass of beer every day, you're a suspect. You're probably hiding something. So that's just a joke, right? So please don't take this seriously. But yes, you're absolutely right. Charcoal filter is actually awesome. It also gets rid of a chlorine that they put into a water to keep it bacteria free, and it's kind of a really strong chemical. So. It makes a huge difference in flavor. You're absolutely right, because actually the charcoal it's extremely absorbent, and it's absorbing everything that is in the water. And then the second, well, actually the way that the full setup is that you go with a filter for the big parts that are in the water. That might be like a little some rust from the old piping and so on and so forth, especially in the historical buildings like mine is, or actually where my studio is. and then there's a charcoal filter, and then there's a reverse osmosis that completely cleans the water and distillates it, and then I am remineralizing it back with a special mineralizer, and then also I'm adding a I don't know how to say it in English. Let me think. I'm getting too much into chemistry. But I don't know. You're absolutely right. There is and here is the thing. I took the sample of the water. I went to a lab. They gave me like a full breakdown of what is in the water in this particular source. And then I went to a specialized company, and they give me like a options that you can do. You have like a mine is mid-range when it comes to this, because then you can have like a UV lamps. They will deal with the bacteria, and you have like a special O3 ozone. I think it's another thing. It's just like a super expensive machine. It's a plenty of different options. This is like a like when it comes to the problem with this is that it gives you like a beautiful clean crystal clean water. It just takes a long time because it works very slow. So that's a drawback to this. And also there is a you have to be aware of some water is going to go into waste because the reverse osmosis needs to backwash itself. So yeah, there is a multiple. It depends of how much do you use, but for me, because I'm not because I do not live in my studio. I have like just like a small like a restroom and a sink there, so I actually hooked it to there, and I'm just cooking a tea with it. That's it. That's the only thing that, or cooking. I'm making a tea with it. Well, but it, when it comes to me, tea, it's cooking. It's a heavy cooking for me already. So I could move this. Like so. So I could push his knee up here, so it's here. Yeah, it's a in at home where I live in my apartment. I have also like a 8 liter or 10 liter, I guess, but there's like a pressure around it, so it draws it back in from the tank. So it's like the size is a 10 liters, but I get 7 liters out of it. But you're right. I live alone, so I have. There's a plenty of water for me, and I'm most of the day here, and but I cook for it as well. Yes, when it comes to cooking, but because I was surprised when it comes to water. I always thought that I boil it, therefore it's okay. But then they explained to me that, wait, well, listen, when you boil the water, the actually H2O is going away because it's steam. And what you're doing, you're reducing the amount of water and making it even worse. So I was like, okay, all right. So I killed the bacteria, but I made it more potent. So, you know, you don't need to be a rocket science to, you know, to. Yeah, but I thought, you know, like I thought that I'm just going to boil it. We're good. And then just, you know, just they told me, just do yourself a favor and make an experiment. Turn on the heat, turn on the stove, and put the pot of water on there, and just look at it. And after a couple hours, there's going to be less water. And I was like, yeah, that's what happens time to time. And they're like, well, yeah. H2O, it's going to be evaporated because it's changing its stage from liquid to steam, or to gas rather. You know. So I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, and the gas, it's H2O, which means that's the pure water. So what you're doing when you are trying to, and they told me, it was so funny, they told me, well then, put the rock into your pot, so funny, put the rock into your pot, and then right now try to cook it away from the water by boiling it. Let's see how that goes. It's just, they were like, I don't know, I don't think I've ever felt that dumb in my life. I was like, okay, yeah, well, I'm sorry. Well, that's what they told me. That was one of the moments when I, actually speaking about this, that's one of those moments when I'm like, okay, I need the education before I'm going to say something stupid. And I love science, right? So. And what I'm doing right now, actually, because we talk a lot about water, but what I'm doing here is I need to cool down that area a little bit and make it maybe just a little bit lighter in areas. But I don't want to go super light. I want to key that temperature a little bit because this is getting too warm. And then I'm warming up this, then this looks very warm next to it, and I told you that I want to go cooler on this side as it goes, because this is a distance, and this is closer to us, so it's warmer, he's closer to us, so it's warmer, right? So I'm just working with that a little bit. Yeah, that's another thing. People think like, oh, I can see through it, so, you know, it's clean, right? And another test is when you drink a little bit, well, it tastes okay. I guess it's okay. Well, it's just, it's like, and the other thing that is a really good example is that we use a gas stove, right? So it's a gas, and it smells. And the reason why it smells, because they're adding a smelly thing into a gas, so when it's on, we can actually smell it and we don't die. Or propane, I guess, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know that, and then, you know, I read some articles about explosions or whatever, and there's like, oh, there's just a good gas, and then, you know, we have we adding purposely a smelly thing into it because otherwise you wouldn't be able to perceive that. And it goes back to the same thing that I was talking about painting, for instance. Like, for some reason, painting is such a mystery to people that they believe in like really weird ideas in terms of, oh, you just wake up and you are a painter. You were born with this gift. No, it's a lot of work, unfortunately. I wish that the opposite is the truth. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of mistakes, and it's a lot of these days when I don't know, I'm not sure what to do, and, you know, how to do it, and where to do it, and why to do it. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that you are aware of that. It's a magic, yes. Yes. And I am not a painter, I am a magician. Yeah, if only this was the case. I think I should change my nickname. I'm gonna be Gandalf. But even, here's the thing, even with magicians, people don't think that it's, you know, that they were born with the magical powers, right? I don't know, it's just, it's so funny. Gandalf the Painter, it's my new, it's gonna be my new nickname. Gandalf the Painter. So there's a Gandalf the Grey, Gandalf the White, and then Gandalf the Painter. It's just you know, I'm again, the Lord of the Ring fans are going to destroy me for these forsaken jokes about the Gandalf. But I love Gandalf. He's my top character. So I would put a lighter value there. I'm just trying to go through this so his leg could be here. Which do I prefer, Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White? That's a good question. That is a good question. I think, well, before I answer, let me ask you this. This is going to be a philosophical thing. What's the difference? And then the second question right after that is, so this is one leg in front of another. The reason why I'm asking what's the difference is because, are you asking about his abilities, or, you know what I mean, like what's the, like, could you be a little bit more specific? So, because I'm not sure that I would give you the correct answer, or I don't want to give you an answer that you are not asking for, or I can't talk. But you know what I mean, hopefully. Okay, okay. So that's actually interesting observation. So his powers changed. Obviously, he leveled up, and that's just that's, I guess, no one's going to be surprised by this discovery of mine. You're absolutely right. Also, when I think about it, yes, also his behavior changed. But isn't it like a given that your nature have to change because you have a different status, you have more information, therefore you approach life differently, like you are smarter and wiser and older as well, I guess. But when I look at when I'm looking at that from this perspective, I would have to say that I prefer Gray because he's a little bit more naive, a little bit more down to earth, based, as they say today. But when it comes to like, you know, like important deeds and so on and so forth, then it's kind of a it's kind of interesting question. You got me there. You got me thinking that what would I prefer? Or who do I like more rather? Yeah. Dumbledore. I'm sorry, that's just I prefer the gray version as well. Okay. But still, you know. When it comes to like that kind of a mage situation and the battle of mages, I think that Merlin comes to mind when we talk about, like, I don't want to say that when we talk about fictional characters, but it was always like a Merlin was just Merlin was like the main mage for me, when, you know, like Merlin was the mage that introduced, or how would I even put this? Merlin was the mage that Merlin was the first time when I experienced the word mage, or, you know, like a powerful not necessarily even powerful, like a magical powers, right? And it's hard to say, you know, some of you might disagree with me and tell me that Merlin was real. I don't know whether Camelot and you know, the knights of the Round Table, that they existed, but these days, yeah, I think that, you know, Gandalf is a little bit more influential in my when it comes to mages. That's what I'm trying to say. Right, Merlin is just it's just when I talk about Merlin, and it always comes to my mind that, you know, the first time the stories when I was small, and I was like, what? There is a Merlin? What is he doing? He's casting spells, and he can, you know, he has a power of dragons and all that kind of stuff. It was so cool. It was so cool. So I think that's when my kind of a, you know, but, you know, like the and I remember, and I still watch it these days. You know what? I'm talking about that. I'm gonna get home and I'm gonna watch it tonight. It's like that old movie. About King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Like with Merlin, that has like a it's also actually a Jean-Luc Picard is one of the characters there. I'm blanking the name of the movie. I think it's called Excalibur. Yeah, it's called Excalibur. It's from 80s, I believe, and Merlin has like a it doesn't have like a traditional like when we think about the mages or like with Dumbledore or a Gandalf, they have these pointy hats, but he has a metal plate. And it's one of my favorite movies. And I should probably say, you know, for the sake of me being adult, barely, but adult, well, physically at 100%, it's that I should say that I used to love it when I was young. I'm still loving it. I'm still enjoying to watch it. And I'm still getting, you know, excited whenever I see knights and as you mentioned, the winter is the best season for these kind of stories. And you are absolutely right that it is. But then when it comes to when it comes to me, I don't care. It could be a summer. I'm just going for it. Because it's simply it's that excitement from, and you know, it's completely in contrast or juxtaposition with you know, we have these romanticized ideas about knights, and perhaps they were pretty bad people at the time. Well, not pretty bad. They were kind of they were awesome in their. But like I said, we romanticize them, but there are actual accounts and stories and written things about them, and we go into Templars, which were like pretty bad when it comes to that, right? So, but still, I think about knights as someone who is dedicated and good in its nature and wants to create good or do good. So it's always going to be, knights are going to be like you know, like when you think about Aragorn from Lord of the Ring, that's how I see knight from real life in medieval era, which is not even close. But I'm always think about that chivalry and just, you know, putting yourself or actually you know, helping others, and I kind of like that. I'm a child. I'm a big child. What am I going to say? I think this might work actually. I'm surprised, but it might. So I have one figure, I have a second figure, I have two figures behind. They kind of work. So maybe I could connect them together, make this guy a little lighter. In that dark shape. It's kind of peeking from behind him. because I'm trying to again create a nice kind of a so we hear his face a little bit more, a little lighter. So I have a group right there. Let me think about this, because I feel like but let me ask you this. Is it me, or are you starting to see the connection between those paintings? It's starting to come alive slowly. I'm surprised myself. It's just really, really dark here. I can't really continue painting, but I want to so much. I really love painting. And you know, I have to tell you that, well, I don't have to tell you that, you know that I used to hate painting. Now I just, if only I could continue. Even in the darkness. And you know what? This is I have to deal with this. Why did I used to hate painting? Because it has a very steep learning curve. And I wanted to express so much, and I wanted to say so many things, and I wanted to, I don't know, like to be even, like to get really into a dumb reasons, to be able to, when I was in my, early 20s, like to paint good-looking girls. That's just, I was just trying to come up with the dumbest thing that I was thinking about that would be cool, and I wanted to be the right in that moment. I wanted to use it as my advantage, as it's happening these days a lot, and I think that that's so important to be. And I felt that, I felt that I was asking other people to validate the fact that I want to paint, or and I think it's that's why I think I carried that. I carried that disappointments from I carried those disappointments from school, that in order for you to be satisfied with your education, you have to get A from your test, or that's like a proof that you are good with math or geography or painting even. And I realized that it kind of, well, not realized, I couldn't understand that I can paint for my own. How would I even put this? It was a good question, and I was not ready for it. It took me by surprise. Uh, uh, yes, and you mentioned that you remember those moments when you get angry with the digital painting because you couldn't express yourself, and it was a very similar experience. I wouldn't even say that I was angry. It was more about, I mean, it was an enormous amount of anger there, no doubt, but it was more that I needed justification from other people and I needed to hear that, oh, you're such a good painter. And it wasn't happening. And when someone mentioned that, I thought that, oh, they're saying it because it's a polite way it's a polite way to say that, oh, such a nice painting. You are so good. You are so talented. And then I was disappointed that I've never get, I was comparing, and even comparing it right now. When I'm looking at, younger students, like they have they're like in their early 20s, that they're comparing themselves with the rock stars, and 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 I remember that I was jealous that, oh, these guys that play, and it's funny because I was talking about the person who's playing outside. I'm relating this to girls, and it was just almost like why guys can go outside, perform and play on the guitar, and get so many girls applauding him. And I'll go outside, I'll paint something, and people comes to me and they told me, well, but that's the roof is not green. It was just I mean, this is the stupidest thing. I'm really I'm even ashamed to admit this, but it's true. So and if you have a similar problems or similar doubt than I do, I don't know if I can help you with that, because everybody tried to help me and told me, like, dude, relax, it's gonna be okay. It's painting. It's just it needs time. It's oil. People dedicated their whole lives to this, and really you thinking that you can just jump into painting and being like the best painter, better than Rembrandt, because you decided to. It was tough. And remember, I was talking about this. Probably the biggest change was when I Yeah, it feels lonely. It feels lonely. But then again, I always inclined into that kind of a loneliness stage, to the point that I think I'm a really bad friend to everyone, because I like my loneliness and I like my solitude, and not because I don't like my friends. I do really like them. I love them as a people. I have a few very, very good friends that I adore, I cherish. But it's being a friend. It's not only taking but also giving. And I think that I was forgetting to give, and not because I don't want to, but it's more because I'm socially challenged. Would that be? Can I even say that? Can I say that I'm socially challenged? I guess I can. Well, I'm saying it, so I'm pretty sure I can. Or I'm socially awkward, probably would be another way to say that. So, me being it's not like, like I said, that I would necessarily purposely wanted to do bad things. It's more about me not understanding how to behave. Uh, 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 well, when I say behave, I mean like more in terms of uh, there are certain norms in, and I'm not saying that, I'm not commenting whether this is wrong or right. I'm just clearly going to state that these are the norms that I encountered. So that's what I'm talking about. So there are certain social norms that are out there, and sometimes just there is a time and place to be honest, and sometimes you're just going to be like, maybe you should be quiet and don't say anything, because it's going to create only more and more like, it's not going to change anything. It's going to get even worse. And somehow, if I felt that I have to be honest to myself, to painting, or drawing for that matter, or draftsman, or whatever, or art in general. And I was kind of I didn't understand these social unwritten agreements, or I don't know how to say, like these and my camera is probably dying. It can't take the darkness anymore. So I should probably stop painting and also stop talking, because it's just it's going to get uncomfortable very quickly. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I feel awkward, and when I feel awkward, I can't really think straight. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't analyze things properly, and I get nervous, and I start sweating, and then I feel embarrassed, and then I can't talk. So, and this continues. It's just and I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only one. There's plenty of other people that have the same problem. And it could be, it's just, and I don't feel that I would be like a pressured to things. And yeah, and I'm streaming right now to people, so everybody can see it on the world if he wants to. if they want to. And you're absolutely right. Being deaf doesn't help me here. Yeah, I can't even imagine to be in your position. I would I don't know. I'm so uplifted by you being just you doing what you want to, and the you can make fun of your. I should. But it is a handicap. You can make fun of your handicap. You can still be yourself. You can still pursue whatever you want. It's just it makes me work even harder. And you are the inspiration here. And yeah, absolutely. It's just that's just we don't even, because I almost feel like we don't even understand the amount of difficulties that you have or you go through. And I don't know it personally either, but I was talking about a grandpa, and he has the problems with his hearing. His hearing is like I don't know, like 95% gone, or 96. I don't know. It was the last checkup. So kind of we were laughing at it that it has its pluses, but it has also it's socially really difficult to be there. And yeah, that's why I think that you're awesome. That's why I appreciate to be here. That's just like I said, it's just a conversation and seeing things and being outside with other people. This experiment that I'm doing here, just showing you or sharing what's happening in the studio, it opened the doors, and it kind of changed my perspective on how many cool people I can meet outside of my comfort zone, only if I try a little better. And you are probably the best example to that. So it's just I feel so fortunate to have you here on the stream. So and also you're a great artist, which is just it kind of puts things into perspective, right? So yeah, I appreciate you to be here. I'm serious. I have I've said so many things that was right through my head without lying. So yeah. So you're awesome. That's what I'm trying to say. And I don't even know how to say it. I'm already starting to sweat because I feel socially awkward. So you're awesome. I'm just gonna go out of the camera. And I'm making you blush. I had to went out of the camera because I was so excited by you being awesome. So let's be awesome both. And let me kind of finish what I was doing here. And I know that it's difficult to see, but I was just playing with the shapes and ideas and with that technical narrative that was there. And when I said technical narrative, I meant more about that. I took that abstract painting, and you remember we talked about the shapes and the sky. And I don't want to repeat myself, but I switched to that mode of daydreaming, and I started to picture what could be in these shapes. Like what are these shapes, and what do they represent, and how can I incorporate this into the overall painting? And I felt that since I have that dark background, the light figures or the heads that are just they're lighter, it's just going to be nicely counterbalancing this really light, kind of a shiny, like a shimmery, almost like a vibrant background right there, which is that beautiful, which is that kind of a beautiful, it's that Harold Speed that I always talk about. It's a unity within, it's a variety within the unity, and unity within variety. am I butchering that? I'm just, see, I start talking about other stuff and it got me, you know, off balance. Yeah, it's a unity within the variety, and variety, you know. What's the saying that I'm talking about? Could you help me, please? Or should I open the Harold Speed book? Yeah, I think it's a unity within a variety and variety within a unity. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that I have a lot of heads right here, a lot of portraits rather, a lot of people. All these people are in the category of a human being. It means that they are the same. So I'm going to repeat them. It's going to be a repetition of a same subject. When we think about a visual experience, or when I think about rather visual experience, is that if I have so many repeating elements, and this is something that you could see, I mentioned Frans Hals, because last year actually I went to see Frans Hals. There was a huge exhibition in National Gallery in London. I saw how difficult for him was to make a variety with the faces. It's just so many things. It's only, you know, it's like at one point you can't really turn the head any other way without just repeating itself, right? So luckily with the visual, I'm sorry. Luckily with the visual, that visual narrative, we can start playing with other things rather than just or thinking about the head as a literal objects, right? Because they are. But I can start thinking about them as a shapes, and I can. The moment when I start thinking about them as a shapes, it's easier for my brain to process those combinations, and I can start creating a little bit more complicated compositions with a simpler elements. Therefore, I can run my head through these variations way quicker, as if I would think about, that's going to be figure right here, it's going to be figure right here, it's going to be figure right here, and it's going to have this face, that position. That is just too many variables within one painting. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Well, I have almost, when I finished, I'm probably going to have 15 figures, keeping track with the positions and, you know, the movements of the garments and elements that they have, or artifacts that they're carrying and having in their hands, would be so difficult to process in my imagination and move them freely. It's like, think about what your computer does when you work. I was recently talking about the modeling in Blender. Imagine that you're working in the Blender and you have 15 figures, you have environments, you have like all the motions and so on and so forth. If you want to rotate or move these figures, it's just going to, my computer certainly lagging when I'm doing this. So it's so difficult, and computer has incredibly bigger computational power than I do, because it's just what computers do, right? That's why we have them to help us. So I can't really keep all this information moving, going back and forth, and just it's really. And I referred this to a chess. Let me just probably turn on the light because my camera is lagging. I can tell that it's lagging incredibly. So be prepared for this orange sunset that I'm creating here with my with my, and you can see right now, actually this is great that my camera is not working. This, what you see right now in the corner, that's actual darkness in my studio. It's crazy how dark it is. It's difficult to even, my canvas is on fire, yes. What I'm trying to say is that tricking my brain into thinking with plain, simple, aesthetically pleasing shapes and finding actually the nice design, is way easier to do a quick adjustment. So when you look at the painting right now, I'll move it a little bit more forward and into a light. When you think about, when you look at a painting, there is not really that much done there. I mean, truly, it's not that. And let me just turn off the palette because we won't need it anymore. So when you think about it, where is my pointy stick? Pointy stick is right here. So when you think about that in very plain terms, you would look at this like nothing has been done here, but quite contrary, actually, is that I was actually and I talked through that, so I don't want to repeat myself, but I was thinking about what am I going to do here, and what is that? What's the best way for me to connect composition with visual narrative, and by visual narrative I mean with the idea or with the thought that I want to communicate with you. So that's actual act of painting, even though you don't paint them much on the canvas, but figuring it out creatively and finding the way that fits to a narrative and it's also aesthetically pleasing. It's that journey of exploration that I'm talking about so much during these streams. So, and we were laughing at that you were watching me because you were sitting, and this is how I'm picturing it. This is how self-centered and narcissistic I am. I'm imagining it, you are sitting at the edge of your seat, waiting for what's going to happen. How is he going to solve this problem? And it gave me so much more like a boost of like a interest and confidence to continue. And also simultaneously, it also gave me a lot of pressure inside because I have to perform, because you're looking at me. All these things would destroy me to a point that I wouldn't be able to actually do anything because of that social pressure that we were talking about. And thanks to painting, I was able to kind of relax, and it took me really a long time. And I'm saying this not because I want to brag about how much I spent painting. Quite the contrary, I'm trying to tell you that the sooner you relax with the painting and way of thinking about painting and what painting is, easier it's going to get. That's pretty much how it goes. No pressure at all. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that someone who has certainly you can. Why am I, what am I, you don't need to imagine that. But it is that pressure. It's like being on the center stage. You're trying to trying to prove the point live in your studio, knowing that 95% of your work are mistakes, or not mistakes, are theories that they will not work. And I still don't know if this is going to work, because I have just This is just when you're looking at it, you can see it clearly on the camera. You can't tell what's happening here right now. Me neither. Me neither. I'm being very, very honest. Me neither. But what I can tell is that it's working together as a unit. And I am daydreaming, and I am creating my own story in my head right now about these silhouettes that they don't make sense. We were looking at me. I was thinking about, oh, perhaps creating triangulation would create interesting depth of composition on a front plane by changing a direction of this figure only to catch up with these two figures. But then, oh, that's a good idea, but I have to be careful because compositionally, because that would be a literal meaning. Compositionally, and that kind of a very formal idea about the composition is that I would have this and this figure on the same line, on the same horizontal at the bottom, and I'm having it on the same horizontal at the top. That's just so boring. That's what my brain forcing me to do because of that simplification. It's not only want to simplify that this is a face. My brain also want me to simplify this is the shape that it's from up to down, and it's like a pillar because it's the easier. It's either this way or that way. And I can jump from point A to point B to another painting. Bye-bye. Interesting composition, right? So I had to find the way, and then I thought, and it's again about that visual narrative. So perhaps if you want to cut corners, you have to be prepared that the speed or the trail that you're taking, it might be actually littered by some obstacles on the way, because there is a path that they were taking, and it was kind of a long one but straightforward, and it was very, very safe. And then if you want to explore, maybe you have to turn to a different direction, and that's kind of that goes to that even yesterday's experience and previous experiences, and actually the experience that I'm gaining from painting this as well. So I felt that, oh, maybe some of these figures should actually diverge from that course or from that path, but stay on the same course, because we are all individuals. We all have our way to think. We all have our own opinions about things, but as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say, that that doesn't concern universe. Universe has no reason to explain anything to you, right? So we can all think whatever we want. You can be, you can think you can have your own opinion on everything that you want to. The universe doesn't care. And he's not obligated to explain to you anything. And it's just kind of a duality or juxtaposition, rather, of that that makes it a little bit more interesting. And these are the things that I am talking about, and I'm using language to verbalize them, to give you that idea. And there is an important part for me here with this painting. It's to tell you that visually. And I'm going to do everything that is in my powers, and like I said, I'm at the edge of my own understanding what the painting is and how far I can push that painting. And I'm going to use every skill that I have to get you as close to that idea as possible. And this might not be one that reads the best, but trust me, the second one would be, the third one would be closer, fourth one would be even close. even closer than the third one. And that's the importance of painting. Actually the problems that I was talking about when it comes to painting, it was that if you are thinking about painting and trying to describe yourself and your thoughts through painting, and you don't have a required skill, because really oil painting, it has a really steep learning curve, you're gonna get frustrated, not because your creativity is bad, not because your ideas are bad, because you don't have a skill to communicate that those ideas through visual imagery. So composition is that practice. It's that you're practicing and you are doing. Like we talk about a lot. Like no one ever thought that if you want to be Rachmaninov, that you're just going to wake up one day and you're gonna play piano. That's just not gonna happen. That simply ain't happening today. It might happen tomorrow, perhaps, if someone creates the device that will just give you superpowers, but it's not happening. We like to think that way. That's why I also incline, and that might be a source code of the problems that I incline to characters like Merlin or Gandalf, or when I play RPGs, I'm always or MMORPGs, I always want to be a mage. When I used to play like a first Diablo, I remember how much Diablo Hellfire rather. I remember how I was just, no, I have to be mage. Look at his powers, like he's just, Same goes for, I don't know, World of Warcraft, right? I just, immediately, I have to be mage. They told me that I was in the group of, because before I didn't have internet good enough to play World of Warcraft, so I had to go to the internet cafe, and we used to meet there as friends. And my best friends that time told me, I tried World of Warcraft. I'm pretty sure you would like the hunter character. And I was like, okay, let me try that. And I hated it. I was like, I don't even want to play World of Warcraft. I don't see the point of this. And then one day, I stopped playing it. It was just first 15 minutes, and I was like, okay, this character is not the one that I like. And then I discovered, oh, I can actually choose my own character and think on my own for myself, believe it or not. And the funny thing is that I immediately went, okay, I want to be a mage, and I got hooked because mage, like in the first vanilla World of Warcraft, was like a representation of everything that I thought that a mage should be. It was just like, it was so cool. And I was hooked. And I couldn't speak English at all, so I couldn't read the lore. I wasn't invested in the story that they had. I had my own story, and I was roaming the World of Warcraft map, and I remember when I got my first mount. I was so happy. I was so happy. You never liked hunter? I didn't know what hunters are. I didn't know what classes are. I couldn't speak English. I didn't even understand the interface, right? So the community put me in front of a computer with the hunter character, right? So that's that. You like a priest? Yes, that's something that actually I was considering, like whether being a priest or mage, and that was a third option, and I was thinking about being a paladin. That was a third option. It's because paladin fits into that narrative of being a chivalrous, being a well, that's what I think that was beauty. And well, let me just read that comment. That I'm impressed that you managed to play it when you didn't know English. um, I think that this is only English or ESL, English as a second language, people problem that with English especially, but I think that it made the game even better for me. Plus, this is also a for me, this is a how would I put this? What's the word that I'm looking for? This would be, I considered vanilla World of Warcraft and then Burning Crusade, because that was the only, those were the only that I played. Remarkable, also the Diablo, Hellfire is just, it's hands down, I had most fun when I played that. I think that those are the achievements, or these are the how would I put this? That's the mark of quality of a good game, that you don't need to understand it, but still it somehow draws you with the movement, with the pictures, with everything, and it kind of makes sense that we used 60,000 years ago visual imagery like on the walls in the caves, because we can relate it to these pictures, and it's probably because we rely 95% on our vision, right, and other senses go away. So I really like that, and that might be also a problem with games these days, that they are giving us all the questions and answers and everything is in the game, and there is no space for me to just having fun and imagine stuff and doing things. So not knowing English, playing video games might be way more entertaining these days, actually, truth to be told. So I might actually switch to a Japanese language to my all of my games, just to have fun. So yeah, but we're completely off the topic. What I'm saying is that same goes for this painting. I don't want to give you all the answers. I don't want to give you everything that it's there. Visually, well, you're listening to me or watching as well, and so you might have a head start. But then I also want to keep it a little bit like a little mystery, not because I want to be mysterious, because I want your interest, I want your creativity, I want your own ideas to be tested against that painting. And when I say tested, I mean just you bring your knowledge and you bring your own, like I said, ideas, your own creativity, and you have a chance to create your own story. It doesn't need to be mine, or it shouldn't be mine. It should be yours. So yeah, so that's what we were working on today. That's just a quick summary. And the other thing is that I might not be excited for games because I don't know. I heard a very important thing when it comes to. I know that you are not a fan of well. Now let me rephrase that. There was a big conversation between, or big conversation, it's not even a conversation, there was a big, or still there is, a big, no, it's not even fight, big argument between original Star Wars, and then, well, I can't call them new Star Wars, but the one with Jar Jar Binks. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. And how bad they are, and how completely, like, they ruined the story, they destroyed this, they destroyed that. And I have to say, this is going to, and not that I have to say, I read article about, I don't remember who was it, who was talking about this, or who came with this like crazy idea. And well, here's the thing. Jar Jar Binks' Star Wars were created for a younger generation. And you could hear, me included when I was 15, 14, not understanding language, just seeing pictures. I had a lot of fun watching these Star Wars movies. I can't watch them right now because they are they're, I would call them shallow, for just to not insult anybody. But when I was young, somehow it made sense to me. It almost feels like the Jar Jar Binks was created not for adults but for kids. And when you look at it from that perspective, it kind of makes sense. I'm not going to argue that those are good movies. I don't want to go there. But what I'm saying is just, and same for games. I think that I reached a certain point, an age, that I need maybe something a little bit more. And perhaps that more is not to play games, maybe read books. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. You know what I mean? And I'm not again. I'm not saying that that's going to solve the problem with gaming industry. Not at all. It's just, I think it's very simple, and I'm going to go back to my paintings, and you can apply this for games and movies as well. If you do not like my painting, that is okay. I am not that I'm. It's not like I'm going to argue with you about this. I'm just going to accept that, okay, well, you are individual, you have your own opinion. I have my own opinion. I did this. This is as good as I could get at this particular point. And if you do not like it, it's a fair point. My next painting, I should do even better. I should get better to maybe communicate my ideas even for you. I'm not going to change myself. I'm not going to change what I'm trying to paint. I'm just going to create even better and even more creative solutions to my painting. So you might still not like it, but you maybe could start understanding it better. And that's what but it takes time. So yeah, but I went into a philosophical rant, and this is not about philosophy. This is about, well, it is about philosophy. Who am I lying? But I don't want to expose you, or no, I don't want to pollute your own ideas with mine. I want you to get to your own conclusions, and by just looking at the painting, right? I talk about a lot what the ideas behind there is, but if there is someone who is not familiar with what I do, or actually what we do here during these streams, so and also you are creating alongside with me, so you probably understand what I'm talking about, because the same pressure is probably around you if you are a person that feels. I hope that you are not robots, and you are not AI, or you are not bots that are watching this. But what I'm trying to say, that this kind of a pressure that was built up, plus not being able to control pigments properly and brushes and so on and so forth, is just kind of, it might break you, and you might not continue trying. And if I have to say that if I were well, how would I put this? I was stuck, and I couldn't stop painting because there was no other way. I already there. I couldn't move left. I couldn't move right because me staying and studying in the school was, I pour all the money there, so I didn't have any other choice. So we kind of like for some weird reason, that kind of a despair helped me to push through. That's, and also I wanted to see the result. I wanted to see whether or not I'm able to accomplish something completely different. And now I love it. Now I really, really enjoy painting. I can't wait to paint because it's way more natural for me to communicate through painting than through music, because I can't play instruments. I wish I could, but I can't. And again, I can't only because I haven't tried. I didn't put hours into it. So maybe if I start putting more hours into playing on my piano or my keyboards rather, because I don't have a piano, I could be able to describe myself better through music. I don't know. But that's just that's for a different day and for a different story. Yeah. Speaking about the different day, I'm just looking down right now because I just saw something that I forgot to mention. You remember our bed painting Fridays? I'm pretty sure you do. And there is I got a stupid idea, and I decided to just took all the bed painting Friday paintings, not all of them, but some of them. And I'm sorry, I'm here underneath because they're laying right here. And I put them into frames because I wanted to make a beautiful memory out of a bed painting Fridays. And these looks kind of cool. I don't think you can see them. Well, yeah. The moment I put it into frame, it made me happy. It made me smile. So here is the thing. When we do these bed painting, and I immediately came up with the idea that I'm just going to do a little wall dedicated to bed painting Fridays, and it's just going to be, like a relaxing moment that even from something that it's kind of a stupid idea, just, bed painting Friday, it could actually, you can create art and you can create something cool and interesting. So do not think about your bed art as just something to throw away. It's just another opportunity to have fun. Right? Didn't it? Right? See, it's just putting it into a frame, and I put like a really nice frame. It's just and I have more of them, right? I did the controller as well. There's a controller. I have the figs, a different frame that I chose. I'm going to do a little wall somewhere, probably outside of the studio because I don't have a space here anymore. Well, I do, but I have some other paintings that I want to hang, but I still don't have frames. And it was kind of refreshing to see something out of nothing, right? Because these were just, like I said, these were throwaways. And right now they can have a place, and you can always relate to them. And it was just an idea. And sometimes, like I said, some of these creative ideas, they will out of one out of a million is just going to happen. It's mathematically, right? So think about it. If you do 100 of bed painting Fridays, one of them mathematically has to be good. It's just no way. Mathematically, you can't just, if you take a coin right now, this is a very, very famous example. If you take a coin and you're just going to flip the coin, once it's just going to land the way that you want to, right? Sooner or later. The more you try, the bigger chance you have. And I don't want you to think about this in terms of gambling. Not at all. That's completely opposite. That's never going to happen. It's based on the fact that you cannot win. So do not gamble, please. But if you try to, paint every day, just a little small painting, maybe on a canvas this big, right? If you make hundreds of these, I guarantee you one of them is going to be cool, and you might put this into a frame. So think about it. And also, that's like a good segue. I would like to invite you to join us to paint not only Bad Painting Friday, but every day. So please. And I know I'm talking too much, but I just got so excited because I saw them there on the floor, because I didn't pay that much attention to them, but they kind of happened. So I'm excited for them. I think I have 5 of them that I framed, because the framing. Actually, I was checking it on the wall. You can't see it, but let's just do one more thing. It's fun. I don't think you can see it, but it's right here. It's right there. It was there all the time. Nobody saw it. Nobody see it. So. I'm just going to grab it. It just nobody saw it. This one, it was there all the time. I did also a chestnuts. These are pretty cool actually, as well. I mean, frames. It's a different frame. And it's a fun thing. And then I'm looking at it, and look how many symmetries is there. I made the line in the middle, and there is like light and light. You see? I was excited for 30 seconds, and it's gone. It's gone. Is it beautiful? Thank you, but I just pointed out all the mistakes, so it's gone. I'm sorry, but it is cool, right? Isn't it? It's just a little thing. But when you look at it right now, you can't unsee it. It looks like eyes of a crab or something. And it's just like a line in the middle. It's just, I'm looking at the camera. I didn't even realize that it's so symmetrical. But it's a fun thing. It's a fun thing. I'm just going to hang it back. And the reason why was it hanged there was because that was the only nail that was sticking out from the wall, because everywhere is hanged everything else. So yeah. Like I said, my excitement for Bad Painting Friday lasted probably 30 seconds, but I'm not sad about it, because it's a process, and the next Friday it's going to be even better, hopefully, when it comes to painting. So before I get really, really depressed, but I won't. I'm excited. I'm really happy. But before I get, I'll drag you down back to a level of despair. I'll stop, and I'll take a little rest. I'll have a cup of tea. I will sit in front of my paintings, and I will just give myself a constructive criticism, and I'll just start analyzing things and looking at them and the mirrors and so on and so forth. So you have the beauty about the painting, and this is going to be the last thing that I'm going to say. The beauty about painting is that it doesn't matter if I'm tall, big, muscular, male, female, if I'm whatever, because we all have brushes, we all have a pigment, and we all have surfaces to paint on. So it's a level playing field. It's not like a card. It's not like me. I'm going first, and then you are going to second. There is nothing that describes or equalize us, and that kind of makes it really. I put things into perspective. So everything that I do, you can do as well. And if I can give myself a constructive criticism and not just, oh, you're just, nothing is happening. Well, it's in the frame. That's a cool thing. It doesn't matter if it looks like a little crab. It's just it's another way. It's another way for me to. It's a mental note, man. Just think about that. Next time when you're going to do a bad painting Friday, not only that, think about it when you're going to work right here. And you remember I was talking about I have to be careful about putting everything on the same line. That's the best example that I could give you. Why is it so dangerous? Because once you see it, and some people are more, what would be the word? More sensitive to these things visually, some less. Some people can see that there is a problem, but they cannot point it out. So I have to be careful. I have to be mindful about these things, because my brain will always try to cut corners and make things easier for itself, unfortunately. So, and I'm here to make I'm here with this painting to do exactly the opposite. So we just, you know, me and my brain, we fight every day when we paint and when we don't. So, yeah, thank you for watching, because I can't talk anymore, because I'm going to get even more philosophical, and that will be disaster. So, please continue painting if you're painting. I have to sign off. I have to really take a little bit of break, and I need a little bit more hot tea, because I'm feeling cold as well. The sun is completely gone. It's getting really, really cold, and I have also another private lessons that I have to switch to. So please continue. Please enjoy your painting. Please enjoy that process, even if it's painful. It's the part of that exploration, and I can tell you that it's you know, it's going to get better. You're going to get more confident. You're going to get more familiar with your pigments, and at one point you are not even going to realize that you switched from painting or trying to paint eye. You're going to switch from trying to paint a accurate eye to trying to express the feeling through the eye that you're painting. So I leave you with this. It was a pleasure for me to be here today, and hopefully, if nothing happens, if I won't have to go to another project to do some touch-ups, I'll be here tomorrow, same place, same time. Please stay cool, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.